here means Vaidhi Bhakti, like Narad himself. He's referring to himself. Then, avasya tad agam hitva, if a person just becomes absorbed in Krishna in any way, then what happens? That absorption destroys all of his sins. Then bhavas tad gatim gata, but they're neglected as a path of pure bhakti. Then you have sneha is accepted, so kam is accepted, sneha is accepted, and bhakteshware mana and bhakti. So here bhakti means Vaidhi Bhakti. And then you're only left with kam and sneha, which must be Raganuga Bhakti. And therefore Raganuga Bhakti is divided into two parts. What is that? Kamanuga Raganuga Bhakti and Sambandhanuga Raganuga Bhakti. So this division of Vaidhi Bhakti is one, and Raganuga Bhakti has two aspects. Kamanuga and the Sambandhanuga is based on this verse. Because Vaidhi Bhakti is here, Dvesh and Bhaya are rejected, and you're only left with Kam and Sneha. That means an affectionate relation, Sambandhanuga, and Kamanuga, like this. So Rupa Goswami, on the basis of this very verse, has explained these topics of Vaidhi and Raganuga Bhakti, different types. So then, Narad Muni, after explaining this, Narad Muni said that actually, this is Shishupal. He was Jai, and Dantavakra is Vijay. And they fell to this world. So then, Maharaj Yudhisthira, he said, how is that possible? For the associates of the Supreme Lord to fall into this world is impossible. Yudhisthira Maharaj, he's a Mahajan. He says part of the incarnation of Dharmaraj. He's a Mahajan. He said it's impossible for someone to fall. So how did that happen? He says, Dahendriyasya hinasya vaikunta puravasinam. Very important verse. Dehendriyasya hinanam vaikuna puravasinam means that the Vaikunta Puravasis, the residents of the spiritual world, are Deya Indriya Ashu. Ashu means pran. They have no material body, they have no material senses, and they have no material pran. Hinanam. They have none of these things. Then how can they come to this material world and be conditioned here? This is the question. So then, the Narad Muni, he explains that one day, Ekada Brahmana Putra, one day the sons of Lord Brahma, Vishnu Lokam Yadrichaya. Yadrichaya, important word. Yadricha. Oh, somehow or other, by fortune, it happened that the four Kumaras, they came to the gate of Vaikunta. So when you see Yadrichaya, it always means by the free will and mercy of a pure devotee. Because their father Brahma wished good fortune for them, that's how they arrived at the gate of Vaikunta. Otherwise, how can a Jnani who's absorbed in Brahman arrive at the gate of Vaikunta? It's not possible. They can arrive at Brahman. They can't go any further than that. So, Ekada, once upon a time. Ekada means once upon a time. Yeah? When you're telling the stories to your children at night, you start like Ekada, once upon a time. Brahmana Putra, the sons of Brahma, Vishnu Lokam, Yadrichya. They arrived at Vishnu Loka. So Yadrichya always means Yadrichaya, Kena, Parama Swatantra, Bhagavad Bhakta, Tad Sangena, Jata Sraddha, Mangaludayena. It's a definition of Yadrichaya. Means by the awakening of good fortune that came in the form of some faith in your heart arising by the association of pure devotees. And why did they give you that mercy? No reason. They're completely free. They can do anything. They have the Swaira Charitra. That means the pure devotees control Krishna. Krishna doesn't force them what to do. So they freely wander around this world by their own free will, bringing good fortune to everyone. Once some devotees asked Srila Prabhupada, what did we do in our last life to have your association? Srila Prabhupada said, nothing. I made your good fortune. Hmm? So this is the truth. Pure devotees are independent. They have swaira charitra. And they're wandering here and they're just making everyone fortunate wherever they go. Hmm? So, by the mercy of their guru, Lord Brahma, the four Kumaras came, and we heard the history of how Jain Vijay would not let them in, and then they were cursed and they fell down to this world. So when they were born as the twin. Hmm? Oh, we'll have to end soon. This is just the introduction. So they fell down and they become the twin sons of Diti and Kasyapa, Hiranyakashipu and Hiranyaksha. Now Hiranyaksha was killed by Lord Varahadev. Remember? And at that time, Hiranyakashipu came and he was pacifying, speaking so much Siddhanta to the widows of Hiranyaksha and family members. And he told the story about a king whose name was Suyagya. And he'd been killed on a battlefield. And the soldiers wrapped him up in a white sheet. And they brought him back to the palace and they put down his body. And he was all broken and covered in cuts and bruises and blood. And the body was there. And all the queens came around him and they were all crying. And at that time, Hiranyakashipu is explaining this. At that time, hearing their cries, Yamaraj took the form of a small boy. He entered into a small boy and through him began to speak philosophy to wake them up from their lamentation. Now a question comes, why is it that Yamaraj himself came there? He could have said, he's got messengers. Yamaraj is busy and he's very high status. Why did he have to go there? He could have sent the Yamadutas. No, the Yamadutas could not go because among those queens, some of them are devotees. And the Yamadutas can never go to that place where there are devotees. So Yamaraj himself had to go there. And taking the form of a little boy, because if a small boy speaks philosophy, then it's charming and astonishing. And he came there and said, oh, why is everyone crying? Why are you crying? And the elder people said there, because the king has gone. We have lost our king. And the boy pushed his way through the crowd and he got to the front, said, what are you saying? The king is right here. They said, no, no, no. That's not the king, that's his body. The king is the soul. Then the boy said, have you ever seen the soul? Tell me, what shape is it? What color is it? What is it like? They said, no, no, we've never seen the soul. The boy said, well, every day thousands of souls that you've never seen are leaving. Why are you now upset? When another soul who you've never seen and you don't know anything about, right, is gone. Hmm? So the boy said, okay, don't worry. Let's all cry as loud as we can. Maybe he'll come back. They said, no, no, no. It doesn't matter how loud we cry. He won't come back. They said, then why are you crying? So Yamaraj, in the form of the boy, he made everyone wake up to the reality that actually in this world, all souls are anonymous to each other. No one knows anyone. Hello? Reality calling. In this world, all souls are anonymous to each other. No one knows anyone. You know the body and mind, and that's the three gunas. And knowing the three gunas, without knowing who it is, well, that is called being in Maya. Only absorbed in the gunas, attachment to the material energy. Only Guru sees our soul, and Gurudev is our best friend. And our relation with Guru is eternal. And Guru's body is also Satchidananda, transcendental. That's why when the Sri Guru becomes unmanifest from this world, we establish a Vigraha of Guru. Why? So don't think the body of Guru is made of material elements or temporary. That is eternal. So that is our prime relationship. And we relate it to everyone else to the degree to which they are serving Gurudev and serving Krishna only. Bhakti is the basis of every true relationship, not anything else. So, in this way, Hiranyakashipu, he pacified the wife of his brother and everyone there. They suddenly became sober and gave up their delusions. And they went home. So then, now, Hiranyakashipu. Oh, actually, Hiranyakashipu speaks some great verses. I'm skipping so much, but I just can't resist. This one caught me. Hiranyakashipu, when he is speaking and trying to pacify his relatives, he says, Evam guna brahmyamane manesavikala puman yati tad samyatam bhadre shalingo lingavan hiva. You know this? Shalingo lingavan hiva. This is a wonderful verse. Perhaps you know, in the Yoga Sutras, there Patanjali, he says that Yoga's chitta vritti nirodha. Yoga means make your mind free from oscillation, to restrain the fluctuations of the mind. What's the value of that? Tada drastahu swarupe vastanam. If you restrain the modifications of the mind, then you'll be situated in your soul's true nature. Tada, at that time, drastahu means the seer. The soul is the seer. Swarupe, in his swarup, in his true nature, avastanam, he becomes situated. But in the next sutra, he said that vritti swarupyam itaratra. Itarat means otherwise. If you don't restrain your mind, then vritti swarupya, you'll identify with whatever's going on in the mind and you think that that's you. Understand? So what's expressed in 3 sutras here is expressed in this verse of Srimad Bhagavatam, but more beautifully, very nicely. Hiranyakashipu is saying, Evam guna brahmyamane manasi. The mind is caused to wander and fluctuate by the gunas. Evam, in this way, gunair, by the gunas, brahmyamane. It's a moving and agitated. Manasi, avikala puman. Puman, that means the soul, the purush, the individual soul is avikala. He's not changing. The soul is not changing, but the mind is moving. And when the mind is moving, yati tat samyatam badre. When the mind is moving, then tat samyatam, the soul who is not moving, tat samyatam, he thinks, I am this mind. He becomes samya, the same. He thinks, I am the same as the mind. And then what happens? Hya alingo lingavan iva. That soul who is aling. Ling means your subtle body. Mind, intelligence, ego and chitta. This is called ling, the shukshma sharir. So the soul is actually aling. You don't have a subtle body actually. Ishvarasya vimuktasya karpanye utabandhanam. In the Vidura Maitreya Samvad, there it is stated that the soul is always vimukta, liberated. Soul is always liberated. You have no subtle body. However, Maya makes the consciousness become united with the subtle body. So alingo, that soul who has no subtle body, lingavan iva, he becomes lingavan. Just like Bhagavan is the possessor of Bhaga fortune, now you become lingavan, the possessor of a subtle body. No, lingavan iva, you become as if, iva means like, as if you have a subtle body, but you still don't have a subtle body. It just feels as if you do. How powerful it is. Aling he means certainly. He alingo lingavan iva. The soul who has no subtle body, who is always liberated, becomes lingavan. No, lingavan iva, as if he has a subtle body. So he has that experience, but it's still not true. Amazing. How beautiful. So what was written there in some sutras, several sutras of Patanjali is explained here, but in a poetic, very poetic form with more detail and more perfectly in one verse of Srimad Bhagavatam. So everyone became pacified. And then what happened? Hiranyakashipu is a hypocrite. Because he told everyone, calm down, don't get excited. Okay, so my brother died, your husband died, your parents died. Just But no one knows each other. No one's related. It's the soul. And all this illusion, it's just all lamentation. It's all ignorance. So calm down, calm down. And then he went away. I'm going to kill that Vishnu. I'm going to take revenge for my brother. I'm going to cut off his head with my trident. He became so angry. And he set off and he went to the valley of the Mandara mountain. And there to do austerities for the 100 celestial years, 100 years of the demigods. But before he went, he's told his associates, you know that Vishnu, he's become like an animal. He's become partial. He took the side of the demigods against my brother. You see, this idea that the Lord takes the side of the demigods against the demons, that's animalistic and demonic mentality. And practically everywhere I go, I see people think that that's actually the Siddhanta. So Hiranyakashipu, he's saying, Vishnu has taken the side of the demigods, so he's become like an animal. He's fallen from his impartial. In the Shastra it says he's impartial, but he's not impartial anymore. Just see what happened. So all the brahmanas, they're giving oblations in the fire. I want you to go to earth. Just start killing the brahmanas. Kill the cows. Stop the sacrifices. And he sent his men to cause chaos in the universe. Where they're doing yagas for the demigods, also stop those sacrifices, because the demigods are also on the side of Vishnu. And then he went to do austerities so he could become immortal. So Hiranyakashipu, he went and he was standing in the valley there doing tapasya, standing on the tip of his toes with his hands in the air. Very hard. This austerity is very hard. I think you cannot do it even for 5 minutes. We can try. Prabhu, just stand up. Can you stand up? Put your hands in the air. Both hands. Higher. And on your toes. Stand on your toes. Okay, don't move. Stopwatch. Okay, it's going. Don't move. So Hiranyakashipu, he was doing this. And it was so difficult that fire was coming from the top of his head. Can you feel it? Fire was coming from the top of his head. He stood there for so long that the ants came and they built an anthill around his body and they ate all of his flesh. So he was just a skeleton standing there and his pran was circulating in the bones. And the austerity was so hard that fire was coming out from the top of his head. And all the universe was becoming hot. And all the demigods, the whole universe became like a sauna. The demigods were suffering so much. And they went and they prayed to Lord Brahma, please do something to save us. And then Lord Brahma, he was flying on his swan. How does it feel? Still okay? Oh, you're doing well. Very good. You're the longest surviving victim of this Harikatha. You're breaking the record. So then his skeleton was there with fire coming from his head, and Lord Brahma was on his swan, and on the back of his swan Lord Brahma flew, and he came down and landed in the valley of the Mandara mountain. And then he took his kamandalu. Sisi Radharaman Bihari Juki Jai. He took his kamandalu and he sprinkled water on Hiranyakashipu, and it actually restored the body of Hiranyakashipu. And he had a very beautiful, handsome, golden body. And he broke off all the vines which had climbed on his body and the anthill. And in ecstasy, he bowed down to Lord Brahma. And Hiranyakashipu, he had tears in his eyes. His hairs were standing on end. What was this? Not Sattvic Bhavs. Sattvic Bhav Abhas. Even demons can have Sattvic Bhavs. They can also have some symptoms when they're feeling like, yes, now I'm successful. So he bowed down to Lord Brahma. And Lord Brahma, He said, you can ask from me whatever benediction you want. Hiranyakashipu said, give me the benediction that I will become immortal. Immortal. Lord Brahma said, even I am not immortal. Even I am. So how can I give you a benediction? You should ask for something else. Hiranyakashipu said, now he's trying to get into his, like a lawyer. You know, lawyers always try to look for a loophole to get around the system. So he was thinking of how to get around it. So he said, give me the benediction that I cannot be killed in the day or in the night. Tatastu, maybe. So be it. Give me the benediction that I cannot be killed in the land or in the water or in the air. Tatastu. Give me the benediction that I cannot be killed by any weapon. Tatastu. Give me the benediction that I cannot be killed by any creature created by you. Tatastu. Give me the benediction I cannot be killed by any human, animal or demigod. Tatastu. Give me the benediction that I cannot be killed in any month or any year, and not by the living or not by the dead. Lord Brahma said, Tatastu. And then Lord Brahma went away, and then Hiranyakashipu thought, oh, I covered all my bases. There can't be any exceptions to this. Therefore, I am immortal. He came and he led the demons, and they invaded the heavenly planet of Indra. Are you still surviving? Very good. But I think you couldn't survive for 100 years of the demigods. But that was very good. Well done. Sit down. And kindly forgive my offenses. Yeah. So now Hiranyakashipu, with his big army of demons from the lower planets, they went up to the Swargalok of Lord Indra. So at that time, Indra was having a dance festival. He was sitting on his throne. There were so many musicians playing, and there were dancing girls. The Apsaras were dancing, and Indra was just having a great time there in heaven. And suddenly they heard the thunder of all the demons coming. And as they were approaching, Hiranyakashipu was blowing his conch shell. And it struck terror. There was a chaos. Everyone dropped what they were doing, and they were running here and there. The musicians, one musician dropped his kartals, another one dropped his mridanga. And they scattered here and there. And then Hiranyakashipu, he burst into the courtyard of Indra. Indra was there drinking his somaras. And he put down his drink. What do I do now? Hiranyakashipu said, who are you? He said, the Devaraj. I'm Devaraj, the king of heaven. Raj means king of Devas, king of the Devas. But Deva means one who plays, and Raja can mean dust. So the builders, they get the dust and they compact it and they make bricks, and then they build things. So Hiranyakashipu said, oh, are you a builder? You're a Devaraj. Are you a builder? He said, no, I'm not a builder. Then what do you do? He said, I make it rain. Hiranyakashipu said, no, you don't make it rain. Rain is natural. Comes by itself. Even Krishna said that to his father. So the rain comes from Rajagun, the mode of passion. What do you do? It was a trick question, actually. What do you do? The correct answer, then Indra realized what the correct answer to the question is. Indra said, I do whatever you order me to do. I am your servant. That's who I am. I am your servant, and I do what you tell me to do. Then Hiranyakashipu was very satisfied. Ah, yes. Correct answer. Play mridanga. So then he ordered him, and Indra, he had to go and pick up the mridanga that was left behind by the musicians and play the mridanga. Hey, Chandra! I hear you. Who are you? Oh, my name is Chandra. What do you do? He'd learned his lesson. Oh, my master, I do whatever you tell me to do. You play the cartels. And in this way, Hiranyakashipu, he engaged all the demigods as his servants. Even Narad was there, and during that time, Narad was also praising him at that time, because Narad's playing along with it. But all the demigods, they were terrified, and they all became his servants, and Hiranyakashipu was now ruling the whole universe. He changed the results of everything. If someone plowed the field and did farming, then there was no food. And somewhere where there was no farming, then the food was growing out of the ground. That's how powerful he was. He was reversing everything in the whole universe. He was so powerful, and all the demigods were his servants, and he was just sitting on his throne, and he was drunk even. He'd become so powerful from his austerities. So then, although he had so much power and opulence, he'd become the king of heaven. But what? He was not satisfied. It doesn't matter how successful you are. You will always have a hole, an emptiness in the heart. What is that? That is the negative after image. Avidya, the emptiness in the heart. When we turn away from God, nothing can fulfill us, because we are the Supreme Lord's servants. That's who we are. And if we don't do that, then actually we've lost ourselves. We don't even know ourselves. We are looking for happiness, but we don't even know who is the we who's doing the looking. So what chance is there? So, after some time, Hiranyakashipu, he was not satisfied. And he saw his son was coming home from school. And he called his son. And he took his son on his lap. And he held Prahlad in his lap. And he had tears in his eyes, and he was sniffing his head. Oh, he felt so much pride in his son, you know. So don't think that loving your children is the sign of being a great devotee. Loving even the demons love their children. Everyone, I mean, generally speaking, everyone loves their children, demons and devotees. So of course, take care of your children, because they're not your children, they're Krishna's devotees, and Krishna has entrusted this soul to you to help them progress in pure devotion. So that's also very important. It's very important. If Grihastha devotees don't have children, then how will the sadhus appear in this world? So that's also very important. But here, Hiranyakashipu, with tears in his eyes and sniffing the head of Prahlad Maharaj, he said, what's the best thing that you have learned? Tell me. I know you've been studying, and now you're 5 years old. Tell me what's the best thing that you have learned. And Prahlad Maharaj said, Tat sadhu manye asuyavaya dehinam sada samudvigya diyam asatgrahat hitvatmapatam grihamandakupam banogatim yad harimasrayeta. The best thing that I have learned is this, that in this world, persons are asadgraha. Asadgraha means they've accepted that which is not true. They've accepted the mentality of friends and enemies, of my group and another group. This is demonic. My group, another group. This is demonic. It's called asadgraha, accepting what is asat, temporary material designations. This is animalistic mentality. Those who have accepted the asat, then sada samudvigna, at every moment they are perturbed with anxiety. They have to face so many embarrassing situations. So what should they do? The best thing is hitvatmapatam griham andakupam. The materialistic household life is like a deep, dark well. And they have fallen into that well. You know, Srila Gurudev, you would give the example. One person was wandering, and by accident he fell into a well, and he caught 2 branches, and he was hanging from the branches. And the well was very, very deep. And at the bottom of the well there were snakes, poisonous snakes. If he'll fall, the snakes will bite him. If he'll climb out, Then a tiger came, was looking over the edge of the well. Grrr. Was growling. And he was hanging from 2 branches, 2 roots. And there were 2 mice, one black and one white, and they were eating the roots. So now he's finished. He can only hold on for so long. And then maybe the other one will break, and the snakes will bite him. Otherwise, if he tries to climb out, the tiger will eat him. So he's in a real fix. But at that time, on the tree, there was a honeycomb. There was a beehive. And the tree was shaking a little bit. And some honey was dripping. Bloop, bloop, from the beehive, just very close to where he was hanging. And he realized that if I stick out the tip of my tongue, I'll be able to catch a drop as it falls. So he was hanging there, and he stuck out the tip of his tongue, and one drop of honey landed there. And then, tastes good. This is very sweet honey. So, what does this example mean? The roots, that is your good and bad karma. By your good and bad prarabdha karma, that is making this material body and everything we experience in this life. The white rat and the black rat, they are day and night, which are eating at our prarabdha karma, leading to the end of this life. Then, the snakes. There are so many problems which are inescapable in this material world. And the tiger is death. And what is the honey? The honey is the happiness that we feel from the worldly pleasure and the household life. When the children come, oh, mommy, daddy, taste a little honey there. But it does not solve the problem, neither for you or for them. So what should one do? Get out of this well, of the darkness of materialistic household. That is grihamedi life. Get out of there. That means become pure devotee completely. Either leave your home, or if you stay in your home should be Krishna accepted, not because he wanted power and money. He was thinking, this will be favorable for preaching, and I'll use everything to glorify Krishna everywhere. Like this. So Prahlad Maharaj, he said to his father, those who are attached in this world, they're always embarrassed. They have accepted the mentality of friends and enemies, good and bad, my group and other group, and they suffer like anything. So the best thing that they can do is leave that place and go. Banam gato means go to the forest. That means go to Vrindavan. Yes. Confirm. Sisi Radharaman Lala ki jai. So Prahlad Maharaj is saying to everyone, go to Vrindavan for Braj Mandal Parakram in the month of Kartik. Please come and join us in Anandham for 1 month Harikatha, Kirtan and Parikrama. And actually we will continue for all the way through November and December. The Harikatha, everything will go on. So if you want to come for a month, that's fine. But if you want to just keep going, no problem. You can stay there as well. So everyone, please join us for Braj Mandal Parakram. Banam gato yad harimashya. And Prahlad Maharaj said, and there in Banam, in forest of Vrindavan, Harim Ashrayeta, take shelter of Hari. What does that mean? Hari is Krishna, Supreme Lord. But for Hiranyakashipu, Hari means that person who killed my brother. Right? So Hiranyakashipu hearing, he's telling me I have to leave the home and take shelter of the person who killed my brother? And he became furious. He wondered, what is this? Some Vaishnavas must have, followers of Vishnu, Vaishnavas, they must have snook into the palace in disguise and polluted the intelligence of this little boy. Because, children are very impressionable. He wasn't holding it against Prahlad Maharaj at that point. He just thought, oh, he had bad association. Someone's taught him some nonsense, Vaishnavism. And so he called the teachers, Shanda and Amarka. He said, take care of this boy. Educate him properly in the principles of economics, politics, and diplomacy. And financial things. Teach him all of these things properly and protect him. Be very, very careful. Make sure that he does not, under any circumstances, get any sadhu sangha. You see? This is the demonic. Anyone who is trying to stop you from attaining sadhu sangha, they are in the sampradaya of Hiranyakashipu. So it said, be careful. Don't let him associate with any Vaishnavas. Protect him. And so then the teachers of Prahlad took him away, and they began to try to force feed him the materialistic education. And what happened next, we'll describe in the evening class. Hare Krishna. Because we want to time the Katha that Lord Nrsimhadev will appear in the Katha at the exact moment when Lord Nrsimhadev appeared. From the pillar. Jai. Grantaraj Srimad Bhagavatam ki jai. Shri Nrsimha Caturdasi Maha Mahotsav ki jai. Bhakta Prahlad Maharaj ki jai. Gaura Premanande Hari Hari Bo. So I believe there will be a beautiful drama right now. Is it the drama now? Yes? Okay. And where do we go for the drama? The drama will be right outside in the back garden. It's 1 o'clock, so it's a half an hour drama to 1:30. Then prasadam will be on time. Good. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare. Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol. Gaura Premanande. I'm sure there'll be more kirtan in the drama, so let's quickly relocate there and have darshan of this beautiful natakam. Okay. Yes, you need flowers?
She wanted to make the flowers somewhere lying on the left hand.
Okay, just like a couple flowers, yes? These ones, yeah.
Because they are not so nice. She proposed. Something missing? I try.
can change his shape and become different shapes. And he becomes a lion. You want to see? But you know what? He loves children. That's why he killed the bad guy. Because he killed the bad guy that wanted to hurt the children. Right?
It's scary.
It Yeah, it's like really
Thank you.
nice.
Can I get it to you?
I actually
Then
talked to Mary
before
about
you
it.
leave, you
Can
can
we just do
just text me and I'll come.
Progress Boys dramas? You know, it's like, no,
Just show.
it's too, nobody will understand it. It's like when he talks about the dramas, if he gives the explanations and everything, they're so amazing, right? But
Yeah, my partner.
to actually like perform it, you can't stop it squid or ruins it. Sorry. So, we can do Krishna Lila, but it should be done through like you start with the Vaishnav Lila, the Lila, whatever Vaishnav is on, and then you can go into Krishna Lila or into Navadvip Lila. But we don't do just the Leelas of the Vaishnav. That has to be the intro. Yeah.
Very good.
you put the water?
I would just put in the last one, and then they told me so.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
But not all the time.
You've been traveling with your dance, right?
You're coming, you're not coming for lunch?
Because you were there.
Yeah. Okay. So you're just like actually just setting just for permission.
He's coming, no?
should sit and
en la que nosotros tenemos una especialidad más, en la que no queremos ser más informáticos, sino que
don't
sabemos que
talk.
las arañas
Till you finish. No, no, serious.
la que mejor sabe combatir a los. Entonces nosotros estamos en una línea que tendemos a servirla a ella en ese humor romántico que tiene. Entonces esto es una, hay que explicarlo más en contexto y tal, pero solo para decirte que hay diferentes tipos de relaciones. Y dependiendo del gusto que pongas, te va a dar una relación u otra. Porque te da esa ficha básica. Entonces, al momento que te lo revelan, sabes cuál es tu forma espiritual, cuál es la forma que relación. Todo eso es lo que escuchan, son cantantes, son los profesores. Yo te recomiendo que escuches diferentes lados. Nosotros muchas veces estamos en India, porque ahí
That's okay. Nice.
aquí a Miami vienen.
Well, it is with Krishna.
Aquí vienen. Yo soy
When I give donations, I don't mention
ella,
my
la de
They say that
la que estaba hablando con vosotros, que se llama Dani.
your right hand should not know what. No, the left hand should not know what.
Parece que estaba que somos profesores, y también aquí vienen diferentes. Todos en la misma línea. Tienes capacidades hubo varios discípulos prominentes que varios de ellos se convirtieron en español, por fin,
Yeah.
después por forma espiritual, te liberas de
But how can they move them?
así que ahora es todo muy. Entonces en ese momento lo mejor es explicarle
I cannot think of.
para que no de repente tomas tu
Yeah.
y luego resulta que
It can also be
que no
shifted
me
from
pongo
India.
y hay mucha gente que toma iniciación el primer
From
día que
Jaipur, you can.
y luego de repente a las semanas se dan cuenta que solo era un
Did you miss that?
porque son personas muy carismáticas.
Yeah.
Pero resulta que al final después de
Yeah, I know. The mission.
I was 2 days twice. Like, yeah.
Más tarde,
About
una de ellas va a ser la que más
travel if I don't have
y en ese momento te puedes acercar a eso.
Oh,
En mi caso, yo sentí eso como
picture.
desde
And I will
I'm
do
so
better.
tough
I
to
will,
serving
I
toast.
will do better. Oh, I won't be there. I was gonna say I will do better than you guys. I will put the camera on top of you.
Yeah, I'm not on camera doing
yo creo que
There's
estoy
two
haciendo
supposed to
mejor
be on camera.
It's so bad. I would like being a viewer.
I know, it's horrible because I used to
lo
be
mejor
a
es
viewer too.
escuchar
And it's horrible.
Seeing people's
y
half
si
their
no
legs.
pues
So,
igual es lo mejor es no ser dogmático.
Because I'm also the worst photographer. Even though like sometimes I wanted to just it, and like Prabhu cuts me his head off, and I was like, I don't even know how to fix this.
No
I'm
hay
not technically
historia
challenged.
atrás.
I'm technically challenged, and I'm not trying to fix it. No, I'm kidding.
Y no fue mal imagen, resultó contacto.
Jai.
Pasó una cosa, sacar.
of
ya está
artistas.
surgiendo, ya tiene resultados.
One is the
Y
sadhana.
hay un gurú que te
Sadhana
enseña
means
cómo te puedes acercar a él,
rules and
cómo debes cuidar
regulations.
tus asuntos, este va a
So
ser
that person who does sadhana is called sadhana. Doing sadhana. Huh? Everybody is a sadhana. And then as one becomes strong, yeah, eventually, it will take time. Some takes long time, some takes longer. Huh? No, most people are in sadhana. Then when the devotion bhakti becomes pure, strong, it becomes this sadhu or sadhu. That's a perfect state. It's like a sick man and a healthy man. Sick man has to take medicine and rules. So sadhaka is like a sick man, sick person. So they take medicine very carefully. And hearing katha, they say, follow the rules. So then, as sick man gets cured, healthy person. So that person is sadhu or sadhu. Sadhu is for a man. Sadhavi is for a woman. Sadhavi means female who is become pure. Because if you don't become sadhu or don't become a sadhu, you may have to take birth again. We know. And the thing is, no. The thing is, one who is a sadhu or a sadhavi, other person has to recognize it. Other person will recognize it. It's not that anybody will say, I'm a sadhu, I'm a sadhavi. No. Other,
Well, there is many opinions. Many call Maharaj because he received money.
I'm practicing.
Even if externally now he's a grihastha, internally
I don't know, very good, but
so many call him sannyas, Maharaj. Many call him Prabhu.
thank you. Yeah. Where is your
Prabhuji.
person?
So I think it depends on each one. I never
Candela
seen. There are many
Okay.
Prabhu, many Prabhuji, many Maharaj.
I saw them. They were
Yeah, there was one more.
Oh, okay, thank you. I also remember Virginia.
Preach her very well, as she always remembers.
Ask her to.
I saw everything.
In India. Where
I
in
saw
India?
many
I mean,
India.
after a few.
some Maharaj.
Why?
Yeah, some who are very, very close. I just say like a friend. But I think it's from your heart what you feel.
Thank you.
You went back to India. I thought you were stay here.
No, because I have some commitments. My mother house is going to be just goes for redevelopment. The builders, they buy the house, they take the house. Not buying, they take the house. So it's a small house. So they take it and they demolish it. Yeah, they demolish it and make it into big building. And those who are staying, they're given the same little more space. So new after it will take 3 years. So till then they give rent. So you can follow that. So I'm getting something I use for
otherwise your time could go on like
Yeah, you have wonderful song. You also sing the song together. Amazing, huh?
it's all
Amazing song.
Guruji's blessings. Even your children are
They kind of sing.
yeah. Main thing is good association with the Prabhu.
They can use it.
is so beautiful. I want to come here. I literally looked it up yesterday. Yes, I did come in like maybe 10 minutes late, but like I did listen to it this whole time. I like need to brush up on my information about it, but like I recognize a lot of it. I'm a performance artist. I do kind of much rather burlesque than drag performance. Kind of like
plays.
character, yeah, kind of like this. Sometimes, yeah, it's more of like the outer world tendencies. Yes. I'll try.
I would love to come about try, but
Really?
Like, just to do it? Oh,
Oh yeah.
I've tried English.
Really? Wow. What's the code for? Is it Argentina number? Oh, American.
Indonesia, I think I used the pronouns mentioned.
oh, sorry.
No problem. It's safe to school sentence.
He was teaching me once. I knew your name sounded familiar. Richard Moore gave me your number. You want to become?
Yeah. We're always learning. As long as we're alive, we're always learning.
You met Santi.
Yes.
Santi, as I said, we're a body, which is our head. I just said heart, but I realized our heart is
Yeah.
our heart. Our soul.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Just how service like to read their work. I think her and I think it's her Davy. I call her Drew Davy. It's I used to call her Davy, which means older sister. Drew Davy is just like she's my second her artwork is like
Yeah. You can.
second assistant for 25 years.
You can bring him to outside. Okay.
Yeah, so like
To Harvard? Oh, that's a lot.
well, she drove like there's opportunities for herself. A lot of us, it's all about seeing people, talking to people, and also for her, there's a lot of opportunities just to continue to meet people and talk about life.
Absolutely. And also, like, we in this modern world, we're always rushing to something. I learned very recently that we gotta slow down, occasionally at least. So that's a good thing, like driving, it's a good way to slow down and just live the present.
I'm like very much, again, New York, New Jersey, we're just like,
Hustle and bustle, move or get punched or something.
like,
America's
me as
best.
a news driving,
Yes,
still like,
I can see it
get
fell out of my bag.
out, get out,
I'll
I'm being
come
patient.
right around. My shoes on the
Like, I
side.
am patient.
Yeah.
See you on a little bit. If I whoa.
Yeah, no, for me, I've had to. It's like I have tears in your eyes and just cleaning it. Then you figure out the lesson that whatever it is that you have to learn. That's how I'm doing it right now, and it's working.
Yeah,
It's working. Because like it's still very new, so it's kind of like still experimental, but like it really is working.
We'll see. I think it will get. Take out my skin might be stained a little bit, but
Maybe I think it's left the skin.
not, yeah.
Take it out. You remind me of like in Trinidad, they celebrate 32 rabbits.
Yeah.
They throw each other like red. They're celebrating red.
Really? Like it's like
And
only
they
red
look like
only.
that. Like yeah, it's different version. It's crazy.
Hare Krishna.
You just sit in here if you want to. Are you making the flowers?
I did. Those?
No, big ones for Radha Govinda, Radha Raman Vihari.
Oh, yeah.
Done? Okay, great. And a big one for Lord Nishimade.
Do you normally do like this one? Like the
So these are just his children.
like those kind?
Yeah.
You have to repeat
So this is
what?
Prahlad speaking to
Now, do you have
his,
Punjabis?
to his classmates.
Cute.
I'll do it with an English accent,
English accent.
like in the
Like, oh yeah,
German.
Maharashtra, Dandi Maharashtra.
I can do
Prahlad.
Prahlad.
Is he here in this pillar?
Pilla. There he was. He appeared from the pillar. Is this a good height for you?
Yeah.
We'll see when the...
What time do the Bhajans start?
I think 5:30.
Oh.
Is that
Till
right?
five, well, till somebody comes to do,
Well, I'll do it. I don't mind. I need a rest.
found
at
it.
5:30 you mean?
Yeah, if that's a good time to start, then I
So
can do
this
that.
is enough to make a big one?
Just for
So I
Lord
get some
Nishimade.
rest.
So
And none of these work?
I think I think these will work, but I think she just wants them to have
How big?
like 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 how Krishna's looks. She wants one that looks
How
like
long?
that.
Well, we start with, this is, you can tell the people,
Like
this is what Prahlad is teaching. You know,
Mm.
during the tiffin hours,
What?
the teachers left, and Prahlad is speaking to his classmates, you know, he gets up on the podium
Oh yeah.
and starts speaking. So if you can say that into the mic.
Like this?
You've got it on there. Wow, nice. Is she there? Is Sardi there?
here.
Oh, you want to put everybody on?
Yeah, I'm just looking for the right card so she
Like that one for everybody?
like how Krishna's looks,
Yeah.
but for Nishimade.
Otherwise, you can combine two, because there's so many. You can combine two,
I had her make
or even
I
three.
had her make 3 for Lord Nishimade.
You did, you almost finished.
Oh, so no need?
No, if that's three for the Nishimade,
Yeah.
that's them.
Oh, okay.
It needs to be for everybody
Yeah,
else.
it's for Krishna and Lord
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
No need.
No need?
No need.
yeah, it's okay.
Oh.
Do you want to?
Okay, Haribol.
Want to?
So, I wanted everybody
Want to?
to start into reading.
So I'm gonna try.
Does that work?
Just
You know,
put them all around like this. Yeah.
okay. So,
That's perfect.
Reading from Canto 7, Chapter 7, Srimad Bhagavatam, what Prahlad learned in the womb. Prahlad speaking to his classmates, uh, one's riches, beautiful wife, and female friends, one's sons and daughters, one's residence, one's domestic animals like cows, elephants, and horses, one's treasury, economic development, and sense gratification. Indeed, even the lifetime in which one can enjoy all these material opulences are certainly temporary and flickering. Since the opportunity of human life is temporary, what benefit can these material opulences give to a sensible man who has understood himself to be eternal? It is learned from the Vedic literatures that by performing great sacrifices, one may elevate himself to the heavenly planets. However, although life on the heavenly planets is hundreds and thousands of times more comfortable than life on Earth, the heavenly planets are not pure nirmalam, or free from the taint of material existence. The heavenly planets are also temporary, and therefore they are not the goal of life. The Supreme Personality of Godhead, however, has never been seen or heard to persons in inebriety. Consequently, for your own benefit and self-realization, you must worship the Lord with great devotion, as described in the revealed scriptures. A materialist.
So this is what Prahlad learned in the womb when he was in the womb of his mother for thousands of years, and Narada was teaching him in the womb. He wasn't directing his speaking to his mother, but to him in the womb. Okay.
A materialistic person, thinking himself very advanced in intelligence, continually acts for economic development. But again and again, as enunciated in the Vedas, he is frustrated by material activities, either in this life or in the next. Indeed, the results one obtains are inevitably the opposite of those one's desires. In this material world, every materialist desires to achieve happiness and diminish his distress, and therefore he acts accordingly. Actually, however, one is happy as long as one does not endeavor for happiness. As soon as one begins his activities for happiness, his conditions of distress begin. A living entity desires comfort for his body and makes many plans for this purpose. But actually, the body is the property of others. Indeed, the perishable body embraces the living entity and then leaves him aside. Since the body itself is ultimately meant to become stool or earth, what is the meaning of the paraphernalia related to the body, such as wives, residences, wealth, children, relatives, servants, friends, kingdoms, treasuries, animals, and ministers? They are also temporary. What more can be said about this? All this paraphernalia is very near and dear as long as the body exists. But as soon as the body is destroyed, all things related to the body are also finished. Therefore, actually, one has nothing to do with them. But because of ignorance, one accepts them as valuable. Compared to the ocean of eternal happiness, they are most insignificant. What is the use of such insignificant relationships for the eternal living being? My dear friends, O sons of the Asuras, living entities, the living entity receives different types of bodies according to his previous fruitive activities. Thus he is seen to suffer with reference to his particular body in all conditions of life, beginning with his infusion into the womb. Please tell me, therefore, after full consideration, what is the living entity's actual interest in fruitive activities, which result in hardship and misery? The living entity in this life body and body to another through repeated birth and death because of his gross ignorance. The four principles of advancement in spiritual life, Dharma, Artha, Kama, and Moksha, all depend on the disposition of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Therefore, my dear friends, follow in the footsteps of devotees. Without desire, fully depend upon the disposition of the Supreme Lord. Worship Him, the Supersoul, in devotional service. The Supreme Personality of Godhead, Hari, is the soul and the supersoul of all living entities. Every living entity is a manifestation of his energy in terms of the living soul and the material body. Therefore, the Lord is the most dear, and he is the supreme and controller. If a demigod, demon, human being, yaksha, gandharva, or any other with one within the unknown, within this universe renders service to the lotus feet of Mukunda, who can deliver liberation? Who can deliver liberation? He is actually situated in the most auspicious condition of life, exactly as the Bhajans headed by Prahlad Maharaj. My dear friends, O sons of the demons, you cannot please the Supreme Personality of Godhead by becoming perfect Brahmins, demigods, or great saints, or by becoming perfectly good in etiquette or vast learning. None of these qualifications can awaken the pleasure of the Lord, nor by charity, austerity, sacrifice, cleanliness, or vows can one satisfy the Lord. The Lord is pleased only if one has unflinching, unalloyed devotion to Him. Without sincere devotional service, everything is simply a show. My dear friends, O sons of the demons, in the same favorable way that one sees himself and takes care of himself, take to devotional service to satisfy the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is present everywhere as the supersoul of all living entities. O my friends, O sons of demons, everyone, including you, the yakshas and rakshasas, the unintelligent women, shudras and cowherd men, the birds, the lower animals, and the sinful living entities, can revive his original eternal spiritual life and exists forever simply by accepting the principles of Bhakti Yoga. In this material world, to render service to the lotus feet of Govinda, the cause of all causes, and to him everywhere, is the only goal of life. This much alone is the ultimate goal of human life, as explained by all the revealed scriptures. Chapter 8, Lord Nrsingadev slays the king of the demons. Narada Muni continued, all the sons of the demons appreciated the transcendental instructions of Prahlad Maharaj and took them very seriously. They rejected the materialistic instructions given by their teachers, Sanda and Amarka. When Shanda and Amarka, the sons of Shukracharya, observed that all the students, the sons of the demons, were becoming advanced in Krishna consciousness because of the association of Prahlad Maharaj, they were afraid. They approached the king of the demons and described the situation as it was. When Hiranyakashipu understood the entire situation, he was extremely angry, so much so that his body trembled. Thus finally decided to kill his son Prahlad. Hiranyakashipu was by nature very cruel, and feeling insulted, he began hissing like a snake trampled upon by someone's foot. His son Prahlad was peaceful, mild, and gentle. His senses were under control, and he stood before Hiranyakashipu with folded hands. According to Prahlad's age and behavior, he was not to be chastised. Yet, with staring crooked eyes, Hiranyakashipu rebuked him with the following harsh words. My son Prahlad, you rascal, you know that when I am angry, all the planets of the three worlds tremble, along with their chief rulers, by whose power he has a rascal like you become an impudent, so impudent that you appear fearless and overstep my power to rule you. Prahlad Maharaj said, My dear king, the source of my strength of which you are asking is also the source of yours. Indeed, the original source of all kinds of strength is one. He is not only your strength or mine, but the only strength for everyone. Without him, no one can get any strength, whether moving or not moving, superior or inferior. Everyone, including Lord Brahma, is controlled by the strength of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The Supreme Lord, who is the Supreme Controller and time factor, is the power of the senses, the power of the mind, the power of the body, and the vital source of all the senses. His influence is unlimited. He is the best of all living entities, the controller of the three modes of material nature. By his own power, he creates this cosmic manifestation, maintains it, and annihilates it also. Prahlad Maharaj continued, My dear father, please give up your demoniac mentality. Do not discriminate in your heart between enemies and friends. Make your mind equiposed toward everyone. Except for the uncontrolled and misguided mind, there is no enemy within this world. When one sees everyone on the platform of equality, one then comes to the position of worshipping the Lord perfectly. In former times, there were many fools like you who did not conquer the 6 enemies that steal away the wealth of the body. These fools were very proud, thinking, Jai Shri Shri Radharaman Bihari. These fools were very proud, thinking, I have conquered all enemies in all 10 directions. But if a person is victorious over the 6 enemies and is equiposed toward all living entities, for him there are no enemies. Enemies are merely imagined by one's in ignorance. Hiranyakashipu replied, You rascal! You tried to minimize my value as if you were better than me at controlling the senses. This is over-intelligent. I can therefore understand that you desire to die at my hands. For this kind of nonsensical talk is indulged in by those about to die. Oh, most unfortunate Prahlad, you have always described a supreme being other than me, a supreme being who is above everything, who is the controller of everyone, and who is all-pervading. But where is he? If he is everywhere, then why is he not present before me in this pillar? Because you, speaking so much nonsense, I shall now sever your head from your body. Now let me see your most worshipful God come to protect you. I want to see it. Being obsessed with anger, Hiranyakashipu, who is very great in bodily strength, thus chastised his exalted devotee son Prahlad with harsh words, cursing him again and again. Hiranyakashipu took up his sword, got up from his royal throne, and with great anger struck his fist against the column. Then from within the pillar came a fearful sound, which appeared to crack the covering of the universe. Oh, my dear Yudhisthira, this sound reached even the abodes of the demigods like Lord Brahma. And when the demigods heard it, they thought, oh, now our planets are being destroyed. While showing his extraordinary prowess, Hiranyakashipu desired to kill his own son. Desiring to kill his own son, heard that wonderful tumultuous sound, which had never before been heard. Upon hearing the sound, the other leaders of the demons were afraid. None of them could find the origin of that sound in the assembly. To prove that the statement of his servant Prahlad Maharaj was substantial, in other words, to prove that the Supreme Lord is present everywhere, even within the pillar of an assembly hall, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Hari, exhibited a wonderful form never before seen. The form was neither that of a man nor that of a lion. Thus the Lord appeared in his wonderful form in the assembly hall. While Hiranyakashipu looked all around to find the source of the sound, that wonderful form of the Lord, which could not be understood to be either man nor lion, emerged from the pillar. In amazement, Hiranyakashipu wondered, what is this creature that is half man and half lion? Hiranyakashipu studied the form of the Lord, trying to decide who the form of Nrsingadev standing before him was. The Lord's form was extremely fearful and because of his angry eyes, which resembled molten gold, his shining mane, which expanded the dimensions of his fearful face, his deadly teeth, and his razor-sharp tongue, which moved about like a dueling sword. His ears were erect and motionless, and his nostrils and gaping mouth appeared like caves of a mountain. His jaws parted fearfully and appeared like caves of a mountain. His jaws parted fearfully, and his entire body touched the sky. His neck was very short and thick, his chest broad, his waist thin, and the hairs of his body as white as the rays of the moon. His arms, which resembled flanks of soldiers, spread in all directions as he killed the demons, rogues, and atheists with his conch shell, disc, club, lotus, and other weapons. Hiranyakashipu murmured to himself, Lord Vishnu, who possesses great mystic powers, had made this plan to kill me. But what is the use of such an attempt? Who can fight with me? Thinking like this and taking up his club, Hiranyakashipu attacked the Lord like an elephant. Just as a small insect falls forcibly into the fire and the insignificant creature becomes invisible, when Hiranyakashipu attacked the Lord, who was full of effulgence, Hiranyakashipu became became invisible. This is not at all astonishing, for the Lord is always situated in pure goodness. Formerly, during creation, he entered the dark universe and illuminated it by his spiritual effulgence. Thereafter, the great demon Hiranyakashipu, who was extremely angry, swiftly attacked Nrsingadev with his club and began to beat him. Lord Nrsingadev, however, captured the great demon along with his club, and just as Garuda might capture a great snake, O Yudhisthira, O great son of Bharat, when Lord Nrsingadev gave Hiranyakashipu a chance to slip from his hand, just as Garuda sometimes plays with a snake and lets it slip from his mouth, the demigods who had lost their abodes and who were hiding behind the clouds for fear of the demon did not consider that incident very good. Indeed, they were perturbed. When Hiranyakashipu was freed from the hands of Nrsingadev, he falsely thought that the Lord was afraid of his prowess, and therefore, taking a little rest from the fight, he took up his sword and shield and again attacked the Lord with great force, making a loud, shrill sound of laughter. The Supreme Personality of Godhead Narayan, who is extremely strong and powerful, captured Hiranyakashipu, who was protecting himself with his sword and shield, leaving no gaps open. With the speed of a hawk, Hiranyakashipu moved sometimes in the sky and sometimes on the earth, his eyes closed because of the fear of Nrsingadev's laughter. As a snake captures a mouse, or Garuda captures a venomous snake, Lord Nrsingadev captured Hiranyakashipu, who could not be pierced even by the thunderbolt of King Indra. As Hiranyakashipu moved his limbs here and there, all around, very much afflicted at being captured, Lord Nrsingadev placed the demon on his lap, supporting him with his thighs, and in the doorway of the assembly hall, the Lord very easily tore the demon to pieces with the nails of his hand. Lord Nrsingadev's mouth and mane were sprinkled with drops of blood, and his fierce eyes, full of anger, were impossible to look at. Licking the edge of his mouth with his tongue, the Supreme Personality of Godhead Nrsingadev, decorated with the garland of intestines from Hiranyakashipu's abdomen, resembled a lion that has just killed an elephant, shook the clouds and scattered them here and there. His glaring eyes stole the effulgence of the luminaries in the sky, and his breathing agitated the seas and oceans. Because of his roaring, all the elephants in the world began to cry in fear. Airplanes were thrown into the outer space and the upper planetary system by the hair of Nrsingadev's head. Because of the pressure of the Lord's lotus feet, the earth appeared to slip from its position, and all the hills and mountains sprang up due to his intolerable force. Because of the Lord's bodily effulgence, both the sky and all directions diminished in their natural illumination. Manifesting a full effulgence and a fearful countenance, Lord Nrsingadev, being very angry and finding no contestant to face his power and opulence, then sat down in the assembly hall on the excellent throne of the king. Because of fear and obedience, no one could come forward to serve the Lord directly. Hiranyakashipu had been exactly like a fever of meningitis in the head of the three worlds. Thus, when the wives of the demigods in the heavenly planets saw that the great demon had been killed by the personal hands of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, their faces blossomed in great joy. The wives of the demigods again and again showered flowers from heaven upon Lord Nrsingadev like rain. At that time, the airplanes of the demigods, who desired to see the activities of the Supreme Lord, Narayan, crowded the sky. The demigods began beating drums and kettle drums, and upon hearing them, the angelic women began to dance, while the chiefs of the Gandharvas sang sweetly. My dear King Yudhisthira, the demigods then approached the Lord. They were headed by Lord Brahma, King Indra, and Lord Shiva, and included great saintly persons and residents of Pitraloka, Siddhaloka, Vijharaloka, and the planet of the snakes. The Manus approached, and so did the chiefs of various other planets. The angelic dancers approached, as did the Gandharvas, the Charanas, and the Yakshas. The inhabitants of Kinnaraloka, the Betalas, the inhabitants of Kimpurushloka, and the personal servants of Vishnu, like Sunanda and Kumuda, all of them came near the Lord, who glowed with intense light. They individually offered their obeisances and prayers, their hands folded at their heads. Lord Brahma prayed, "My Lord, you are unlimited, and you possess unending potencies. No one can estimate or calculate your prowess and wonderful influence, for your actions are never polluted by the material energy. Through the material qualities, you very easily create the universe, maintain it, and again annihilate it. Yet you remain the same without deterioration. I therefore offer my respectful obeisances unto you." Lord Shiva said, "The end of the millennium is the time for your anger. Now that this insignificant demon, Hiranyakashipu, has been killed, O my Lord, who are naturally affectionate to your devotee, kindly protect his son Prahlad Maharaj, who is standing nearby as your fully surrendered devotee." King Indra said, "O Supreme Lord, you are our deliverer and protector. Our shares of sacrifices, which are actually yours, have been recovered from the demon by you. Because the demoniac king Hiranyakashipu was most fearsome, our hearts, which are your permanent abode, were all overtaken by him. Now, by your presence, the gloom and darkness in our hearts have been dissipated. O Lord, for those who always engage in your service, which is more exalted than liberation, all material opulence is insignificant. They do not even care for liberation, not to speak of the benefits of Kam, Artha, and Dharma. The inhabitants of Siddhaloka prayed, "O Lord Nrsingadev, because we belong to Siddhaloka, we automatically achieve perfection in all 8 kinds of mystic power. Yet Hiranyakashipu was so disobedient that by the strength of his power, the austerity, he took away our powers. Thus he became very proud of his mystic strength. Now, because this rogue has been killed by your nails, we offer respectful obeisances unto you." All the Manus offered their prayers as follows. "As your order carriers, O Lord, we see the Manus are the lawgivers for human society. But because of temporary supremacy of this great demon Hiranyakashipu, our laws for maintaining Varnashram Dharma were destroyed. O Lord, now that you have killed this great demon, where we are in our natural condition, our normal condition, kindly order us, your eternal servants, what to do now. The Prajapatis offered their prayers as follows. O Supreme Lord, Lord of even Brahma and Shiva, we, the Prajapatis, were created by you to execute your orders, but we were forbidden by Hiranyakashipu to create any more good progeny. Now the demon is lying dead before us, his chest pierced by you. Let us therefore offer our respectful obeisances unto you, whose incarnation in this form of pure goodness is meant for the welfare of the entire universe. The inhabitants of Gandharvaloka prayed, Your Lordship, we engage in your service by dancing and singing in dramatic performances. But this Hiranyakashipu, by the influence of his bodily strength and valor, brought us under his subjugation. Now he has been brought to this low condition by your Lordship. What benefit can result from the activities of such an upstart as Hiranyakashipu? The inhabitants of the Charna planet said, O Lord, because you have destroyed the demon Hiranyakashipu, who was always a stake in the hearts of all honest men, we are now relieved, and we eternally take shelter of your lotus feet, which award the conditioned soul liberation from materialistic contamination. The inhabitants of Yakshaloka prayed, O controller of the 24 elements, we are considered the best servants of your lordship because of rendering service pleasing to you. Yet we engaged in as palanquin carriers by the order of Hiranyakashipu, the son of Diti. O Lord, in the form of Nrsingadev, you know how this demon gave trouble to everyone. But now you have killed him, and his body is mixing with the 5 material elements. The inhabitants of Kimpurush Loka said, We are insignificant living entities, and you are the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the Supreme Controller. Therefore, how can we offer suitable prayers unto you? When this demon was condemned by devotees because they were disgusted with him, he was then killed by you. The inhabitants of Vaitala-loka said, Dear Lord, because of you chanting your spotless glories in great assemblies and arenas of sacrifice, we were accustomed to great respect from everyone. This demon, however, usurped that position. Now, to our great fortune, you have killed this great demon, exactly as one cures a chronic disease. The Kinnaras said, O Supreme Controller, we are ever-existing servants of your Lordship, but instead of rendering service to you, we were engaged by this demon in his service, constantly without remuneration. This sinful man has now been killed by you. Therefore, O Lord Nrsingadev, our Master, we offer our respectful obeisances unto you. Please continue to be our patron. The associates of Lord Vishnu in Vaikuntha Loka offered this prayer. O Lord, our supreme giver of shelter, today we have seen your wonderful form as Lord Nrsingadev, meant for the good and and for the good fortune of all the world. O Lord, we can understand that Hiranyakashipu was the same Jai who engaged in your service but was cursed by Brahmins who thus received the body of a demon. We understand that his having now been killed is your special mercy upon him. Chapter 9. Prahlad pacifies the Lord Nrsingadev with his prayers. The great saint Narada Muni continued, the demigods headed by Lord Brahma, Lord Shiva, and other great demigods dared not come forward before the Lord, who at that time was extremely angry. The goddess of fortune, Lakshmiji, was requested to go before the Lord by all the demigods present, who because of fear could not do so. But even she had never seen such a wonderful and extraordinary form of the Lord, and thus she could not approach him. Thereafter, Lord Brahma requested Prahlad Maharaj, who was standing very near him, my dear son, Lord Nrsingadev is extremely angry at your demoniac father. Please go forward and appease the Lord. Narada Muni continued, O king, although the exalted devotee Prahlad Maharaj was only a little boy, he accepted Lord Brahma's words. He gradually proceeded toward Lord Nrsingadev and fell down to offer his respectful obeisances with folded hands. When Lord Nrsingadev saw the small boy Prahlad Maharaj prostrated at the soles of his lotus feet, he became most ecstatic in affection toward him. Raising Prahlad, the Lord placed his lotus hand upon the boy's head because his hand is always ready to create fearlessness in all his devotees. By the touch of Lord Nrsingadev's hand on Prahlad Maharaj's head, Prahlad was completely freed of all material contaminations and desires, as if he had been thoroughly cleansed. Therefore, he at once became transcendently situated, and all the symptoms of ecstasy became manifest in his body. His heart filled with love, and his eyes with tears, and thus he was able to completely capture the lotus feet of the Lord within the core of his heart. Prahlad Maharaj fixed his mind and sight upon Lord Nrsingadev with full attention, in complete trance. With a fixed mind, he began to offer prayers and love with a faltering voice. Prahlad Maharaj prayed, how is it possible for me, who have been born in a family of asuras, to offer suitable prayers to satisfy the Supreme Personality of Godhead? Even until now, all the demigods headed by Lord Brahma and all the saintly persons could not satisfy the Lord by streams of excellent words, although such persons are very qualified. Being in the mode of goodness, then what is to be said of me? I am not at all qualified. Prahlad Maharaj continued, one may possess wealth as an aristocratic family, beauty, austerity, education, sensory expertise, luster, influence, physical strength, diligence, intelligence, and mystic yogic power. But I think that even by all these qualifications, one cannot satisfy the Supreme Personality of Godhead. However, one can satisfy the Lord simply by devotional service. Gajendra did this, and thus the Lord was satisfied with him. If a Brahmin has all 12 of the Brahminical qualifications, as they are stated in the book called Sanat Suj- Sujita, Sujata, but is not a devotee and is averse to the lotus feet of the Lord, he is certainly lower than a devotee who is a dog eater, but who has dedicated everything, mind, words, activities, wealth, and life, to the Supreme Lord. Such a devotee is better than a Brahmin because the devotee can purify his whole family, whereas the so-called Brahmin, in a position of false prestige, cannot purify even himself. The Supreme Lord, the personality of Godhead, is always full of fully satisfied in himself. Therefore, when something is offered to him, the offering by the Lord's mercy is for the benefit of the devotee. For the Lord does not need service from anyone. To give an example, if one's face is decorated, the reflection of one's face in a mirror is also seen to be decorated. Therefore, although I was born in a demoniac family, I may without a doubt offer prayers to the Lord with full endeavor. As far as my intelligence allows, I can do this. Anyone who has been forced by ignorance to enter the material world may be purified of material life as he offers prayers to the Lord and hears the Lord's glories. O my Lord, all the demigods headed by Lord Brahma are sincere servants of your Lordship, who are situated in transcendental position. Therefore, they are not like us, Prahlad and his father, the demon Hiranyakashipu. Your appearance in this fearsome form is your pastime for your own pleasure. Such an incarnation is always meant for the protection and improvement of the universe. My dear Lord Nrsingadev, please therefore seize your anger now that my father, the great demon Hiranyakashipu, has been killed. Since even saintly persons take pleasure in the killing of a scorpion or a snake, all the worlds have achieved great satisfaction because of the death of this demon. Now they are confident of their happiness, and they will always remember your auspicious incarnation in order to be free from fear. My Lord, who are never conquered by anyone, I am certainly not afraid of your ferocious mouth and tongue, your eyes bright like the sun, your frowning eyebrows. I do not fear your sharp, pinching teeth, your garland of intestines, your mane soaked with blood, or your high, wedge-like ears. Nor do I fear your tumultuous roaring, which makes elephants flee to distant places, or your nails, which are meant to kill your enemies. O most powerful, insurmountable Lord, you are kind to the fallen souls. I have been put into the association of demons as a result of my activities, and therefore I am very much afraid of my condition of life within this material world. When will that moment come when you will call me to the shelter of your lotus feet, which are the ultimate goal for liberation from conditional life? O Great One, O Supreme Lord, because of combination with pleasing and displeasing circumstances, and because of separation from them, one is placed in a most regrettable position within heavenly or hellish planets, as if burning in a fire of lamentation. Although there are many remedies by which to get out of miserable life, any such remedies in the material world are more miserable than the miseries themselves. Therefore, I think that the only remedy is to engage in your service. kindly instruct me in such service. O my Lord Nrsingadev, by engaging in your transcendental loving service in the association of devotees who are liberated souls, hamsas, I shall become completely uncontaminated by the association of the three modes of material nature and be able to chant your glories, the glories of your Lordship, who are so dear to me. I shall chant your glories following exactly in the footsteps of Lord Brahma and his disciplic succession. In this way I shall undoubtedly be able to cross the ocean of nescience. My Lord Nrsingadev, O Supreme, because of a bodily conception of life, embodied souls neglected and not cared for by you cannot do anything for their betterment. Whatever remedies they accept, although perhaps temporarily beneficial, are certainly impermanent. For example, a father and mother cannot protect their child. A physician and medicine cannot relieve a suffering patient, and a boat on the ocean cannot protect a drowning man. My dear Lord, everyone in this material world is under the modes of material nature, being influenced by goodness, passion, and ignorance. Everyone, from the great personality, Lord Brahma, down to the small ant, works under the influence of these modes. Therefore, everyone in this material world is influenced by your energy. The cause for which they work, the place where they work, and the time where they work, the matter due to which they work, the goal of life they have considered final, and the prowess for obtaining this goal are all nothing but manifestation of your energy. Indeed, since the energy and energetic are identical, all of them are but manifestations of you. O Lord, O Supreme Eternal, by expanding your plenary portion, you have created these subtle bodies of the living entities through the agency of your external energy, which is agitated by time. Thus the mind entraps the living entity in unlimited varieties of desires to be fulfilled by the Vedic directions of karma kanda, fruitive activity, and the 16 elements who can get free from disentanglement unless he takes shelter at your lotus feet. My dear Lord, O Supreme Great, you have created this material world of 16 constituents, but you are transcendental to their material qualities. In other words, these material qualities are under your full control, and you are never conquered by them. Therefore, the time element is your representation. My Lord, O Supreme, no one can conquer you. As for me, however, I am being crushed by the wheel of time, and therefore I surrender fully unto you. Now, kindly take me under the protection of your lotus feet. My dear Lord, people in general want to be elevated to the higher planetary systems for a long duration of life, opulence and enjoyment. But I have seen all of these through the activities of my father. When my father was angry and he laughed sarcastically at the demigods, they were immediately vanquished simply by seeing the movements of his eyebrows. Yet my father, who was so powerful, has now been vanquished by you within a moment. My dear Lord, now I have complete experience concerning the worldly opulence, mystic power, longevity, and other material pleasures enjoyed by all living entities, from Lord Brahma down to the ant. as powerful time, you destroy them all. Therefore, because of my experience, I do not wish to uh, possess them. My dear Lord, I request you to place me in touch with your pure devotee and let me serve him as a sincere servant. In this material world, every living entity desires some future happiness, which is exactly like a mirage in the desert. Where is water in the desert or in the other worlds, or in other words, where is happiness in this material world? As for this body, what is the value? It is merely a source of various diseases. The so-called philosophers, scientists, and politicians know this very well, but nonetheless, they aspire for temporary happiness. Happiness is very difficult to obtain, but because they are unable to control their senses, they run after so-called happiness in the material world and never come to the right conclusion. O my Lord, O Supreme, because I was born in a family full of the hellish material qualities of passion and ignorance, which is my position. What is to be said of your causeless mercy, was never offered, even to Lord Brahma, Lord Shiva, or the goddess of fortune, Lakshmi? You never put your lotus feet upon their heads, but you have put it upon mine. Unlike an ordinary living entity, my Lord, you do not discriminate between friends and enemies, the favorable and unfavorable, because for you there is no conception of higher and lower. Nonetheless, you offer your benedictions according to the level of one's service, exactly as a desire tree delivers fruits according to one's desires and makes no distinction between the lower and the higher. My dear Lord, O Supreme Personality of Godhead, because of my association with material desires, one after another, I was gradually falling into a blind well full of snakes, following the general populace. But your servant Narada Muni kindly accepted me as his disciple and instructed me how to achieve this transcendental position. Therefore, my first duty is to serve him. How could I leave his service? My Lord, O unlimited reservoir of transcendental qualities, you have killed my father Hiranyakashipu and saved me from his sword. He has said very angrily, if there is any supreme controller other than me, let him save you. I shall now sever your head from your body. Therefore I think that both in saving me and in killing him, you have acted just to prove true the words of your devotee. There is no other cause. My dear Lord, you alone manifest yourself as the entire cosmic manifestation. For you existed before the creation. You exist after the annihilation, and you are the maintainer between the beginning and the end. All this is done by your external energy, through actions and reactions of the three modes of material nature. Therefore, whatever exists externally and internally is you alone. My dear Lord, O Supreme Personality of Godhead, the entire cosmic creation is caused by you, and the cosmic manifestation is an effect of your energy. Although the entire cosmos is but you alone, you keep yourself aloof from it. The conception of mine and yours is certainly a type of illusion, because everything is an emanation from you and therefore not different from you. Indeed, the cosmic manifestation is non-different from you, and the annihilation is also caused by you. This relationship between your lordship and the cosmos is illustrated by the example of the seed of the tree, or the subtle cause and the gross manifestation. This cosmic manifestation, the material world, is also your body. This total lump of matter is agitated by your potent energy known as Kala Shakti, and thus the three modes of material nature are manifested. You awaken from the bed of Shesh, Ananta, and from your navel a small transcendental seed is generated. It is from this seed that the lotus flower of the gigantic universe is manifested, exactly as the banyan tree grows from a small seed. From the great lotus flower, Brahma was generated, but Brahma certainly could not see anything, could see nothing but the lotus. Therefore, thinking you to be outside, Lord Brahma drove into the water and attempted to find the source of the lotus for 100 years. He could not find he could find no trace of you. However, for when a seed fructifies, the original seed cannot be seen. Lord Brahma, who is celebrated as Atmayoni, having been born without a mother, was struck with wonder. Thus he took shelter of the lotus flower, and when he had been purified, after undergoing severe austerities for many hundreds of years, he could see that the cause of all causes, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, was spread throughout his own body and senses, just as aroma, although very subtle, is pervaded in the earth. Lord Brahma could then see you possessing thousands and thousands of faces, feet, heads, hands, thighs, noses, ears, and eyes. You were very nicely dressed, being decorated and bedecked with varieties of ornaments and weapons. Seeing you in the form of Lord Vishnu, your symptoms and form being transcendental, your legs extending from the lower planets, Lord Brahma achieved transcendental bliss. My dear Lord, when you appeared as Hayagriva with the head of a horse, you killed two demons known as Madhu and Kaitaba, who were full of the modes of passion and ignorance. Then you delivered the Vedic knowledge to Lord Brahma. For this reason, all the great saints accept your forms as transcendental, untinged by material qualities. In this way, my Lord, you appear in various incarnations as a human being, an animal, a giant, a great saint, a demigod, a fish, or a tortoise, thus maintaining the entire creation in different planetary systems and killing the demoniac principles. According to the age, O my Lord, you protect the principles of religion. In the age of Kali, however, you do not assert yourself as the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and therefore you are known as Triyuga, or the Lord who appears in 3 yugas. My dear Lord of the Vaikuntha planets, where there is no anxiety, my mind is extremely sinful and lusty, being sometimes so-called happy and sometimes so-called distressed. My mind is full of lamentation and fear, and it always seeks more and more money. Thus it has become more polluted and never satisfied in topics concerning you. I am therefore most fallen and poor. In such a status of life, how shall I be able to discuss your activities? My dear Lord, O infallible one, my position is like that of a person who has many wives, all trying to attract him in their own way. For example, the tongue is attracted to palatable dishes, the genitals to sex with an attractive woman. To palatable dishes, the genitals, uh, uh, the senses, the sense of touch to contact with soft things. The belly, although filled, still wants to eat more, and the ear, not attempting to hear about you, is generally attracted to cinema songs. The sense of smell is attracted to yet another side. The restless eyes are attracted to s- scenes of sense gratification, and the active, oh, okay, and the sense of smell is attracted to yet another side. The restless eyes are attracted to senses, scenes of sense gratification, and the active senses are attracted elsewhere. In this way, I am certainly embarrassed. My dear Lord, you are always transcendently situated on the other side of the river of death, but because of the reactions of our own activities, we are suffering on this side. Indeed, we have fallen into the river and are repeatedly suffering the pains of birth and death and eating horrible things. Now kindly look upon us, not as not only upon me, but upon all others who are suffering, and by your causeless mercy and compassion deliver us and maintain us. O my Lord, O Supreme Personality of Godhead, original spiritual master of the entire world, what is the difficulty for you, who manage the affairs of the universe, in delivering the fallen souls engaged in your devotional service? Uh, what difficulty is there for you? You are the friend of all suffering humanity, and for great personalities it is necessary to show mercy to the foolish. Therefore, I think that you will show your causeless mercy to persons like us who engage in your service. O best of the great personalities, I am not at all afraid of material existence, for wherever I stay, I am fully absorbed in thoughts of your glories and activities. My concern is only for the fools and rascals who are making elaborate plans for material happiness and maintaining their families, societies, and countries. I am simply concerned with love for them. My dear Lord Nrsingadev, I see that there are many saintly persons indeed, but they are interested only in their own deliverance, not caring for the big cities and towns. They go to the Himalayas or are forced or to the forest to meditate. Oh, turn it back on.
It's just so hot. Too many lights on.
Yeah, I got to be able to see.
I think you are professional, but I was just thinking if you have like this flower.
As for me, however, I do not wish to be liberated alone, leaving aside all those poor fools and rascals. I know that without Krishna consciousness, without taking shelter of your lotus feet, one cannot be happy. Therefore, I wish to bring them back to shelter of your lotus feet. Such life is compared to the rubbing of two hands to relieve an itch. Grihamedis, so-called grihastas, who have no spiritual knowledge, think that this itching is the greatest platform of happiness. although actually it is a source of distress. The Kripanas, the fools who are just the opposite of Brahmins, are not satisfied by repeated uh, sensuous enjoyment. Those who are dhira, however, who are sober and who tolerate this itching, are not subjected to the sufferings of fools and rascals. O Supreme Personality of Godhead, there are 10 prescribed methods on the path to liberation. To remain silent, not to speak to anyone, to observe vows, to amass all kinds of Vedic knowledge, to undergo austerities, to study the Vedas and other Vedic literatures, to execute duties of Varnashram Dharma, to explain the Shastras, to stay in a solitary place, to chant mantras silently, and to be absorbed in trance. These different methods for liberation are generally only a professional practice and means of livelihood for those who have not conquered their senses. Because such persons are falsely proud, these procedures may not be successful. By authorized Vedic knowledge, one can see that the forms of cause and effect in the cosmic manifestation belong to the Supreme Personality of Godhead, for the cosmic manifestation is His energy. Both cause and effect are nothing but energies of the Lord. Therefore, O my Lord, just as a wise man, by controlling cause and effect, can see how fire pervades wood, those engaged in devotional service understand how you are both the cause and effect. O Supreme Lord, you are actually the air, the earth, fire, sky, and water. You are the objects of sense perception, the life airs, the five senses, the mind, consciousness, and false ego. Indeed, you are everything, subtle and gross, material elements, and anything expressed either by the words or by the mind are nothing but you. Neither the three modes of material nature, Sattvagun, Rajagun, and Tamagun, nor the predominating deities controlling these three modes, nor the five gross elements, nor the mind, nor the demigods, nor the human beings can understand your lordship, for they are all subjected to birth and annihilation. Considering this, the spiritually advanced have taken to devotional service. Such wise men hardly bother with Vedic study. Instead, they engage themselves in practical devotional service. Therefore, O Supreme Personality of Godhead, the best of all persons, to whom prayers are offered, I offer my respectful obeisances unto you, because without rendering 6 kinds of devotional service unto you, offering prayers, dedicating all results of activities, worshiping you, working on your behalf, always remembering your lotus feet, and hearing about your glories, who can achieve that which is meant for the Paramahamsas? These are swan-like men. O great saint, Narada said, thus Lord Nrsingadev was pacified by the devotee Prahlad Maharaj. With prayers offered from the transcendental platform, the Lord gave up his anger, and being very kind to Prahlad, who was offering prostrated obeisances, he spoke as follows. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, my dear Prahlad, most gentle one, best of the family of the Asuras, all good fortune unto you. I am very much pleased with you. It is my pastime to fulfill the desire of all living entities, and therefore you ask from me my benediction that you desire uh, to be fulfilled. My dear Prahlad, may you live a long time. One cannot appreciate or understand me without pleasing me, but one who has seen or pleased me has nothing more for which to lament for his own satisfaction. My dear Prahlad, you are very fortunate. Please know from me that those who are very wise and highly elevated try to please me in all different modes of mellows, for I am the only person who can fulfill all the desires of everyone. Narada Muni said, Prahlad Maharaj was the best person in the family of Asuras, who always aspire for material happiness. Nonetheless, although allured by the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who offered him all benedictions for all material happiness, because of his unalloyed Krishna consciousness, he did not want to take any material benefit for sense gratification. Chapter 10, Prahlad, the best among exalted devotees. The saint Narada Muni continued, although Prahlad Maharaj was only a boy, when he heard the benedictions offered by Lord Nrsingadev, he considered them impediments to the path of devotional service. Thus he smiled very mildly and spoke as follows. Prahlad Maharaj said, My dear Lord, O Supreme Personality of Godhead, because I was born in an atheistic family, I am naturally attached to material enjoyment. Therefore, kindly do not tempt me with these illusions. I am very much afraid of material conditions, and I desire to be liberated from material life. It is for this reason that I have taken shelter of your lotus feet. O my worshipable Lord, because the seed of lusty desires, which is the root cause of material existence, is within the core of everyone's heart, you have sent me to this material world to exhibit the symptom of a pure devotee. Otherwise, O my Lord, O Supreme Instructor of the universe, you are so kind to your devotee that you could not induce him to do something unbeneficial for him. On the other hand, one who desires some material benefit in exchange for devotional service cannot be your pure devotee. Indeed, he is no better than a merchant who wants profit in exchange for service. A servant who desires material profits from his master is certainly an unqualified servant, or not a qualified servant or pure devotee. Similarly, a master who bestows benedictions upon his servant because of a desire to maintain a prestigious position as master is also not a pure master. O my Lord, I am your unmotivated servant, and you are my eternal master. Therefore, no need of our being anything other than master and servant. You are naturally my master, and I am naturally your servant. We have no other relationship. O my Lord, O best of givers of benedictions, if you at all want to bestow a desirable benediction upon me, then I pray from your Lordship that within the core of your heart there be no material desires. O my Lord, because of lusty desires from the very beginning of one's birth, the functions of one's senses, mind, life, body, religion, Patience, intelligence, shyness, opulence, strength, memory, and truthfulness are vanquished. O my Lord, when a human being is able to give up all material desires in his mind, he becomes eligible to possess wealth and opulence like yours. O my Lord, full of six opulences, O Supreme Person, O Supreme Soul, killer of all miseries, O Supreme Person, in the form of a wonderful lion and man, let me offer respectful obeisances unto you. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, My dear Prahlad, a devotee like you never desires any kind of material opulences, either in this life or in the next. Nonetheless, I order you to enjoy the opulences of the demons in this material world, acting as their king until the end of the duration of time occupied by Manu. It does not matter that you are in the material world. You should always continuously hear and the instructions and messages given by me, and always be absorbed and thought of me. For I am the Supreme Soul existing in the core of everyone's heart. Therefore, give up fruitive activities and worship me. My dear Prahlad, while you are in this material world, you will exhaust all the reactions of pious activity by feeling happiness and acting piously. You will neutralize impious activity. Because of the powerful time factor, you will give up your body, but the glories of your activities will be sung in the upper planetary systems, and being fully freed from all bondage, you will return back to Godhead. One who always remembers your activities and my activities also, and who chants the prayers you have offered, become free in due course of time from the reactions of material activities. Prahlad Maharaj said, O Supreme Lord, because you are so merciful to the fallen souls, I ask you for only one benediction. I know that my father at the time at the time of death had already been purified by your glance upon him. But because of his ignorance of your beautiful power and supremacy, he was unnecessarily angry at you, falsely thinking that you were the killer of his brother. Thus he directly blasphemed your lordship, the spiritual master of all living beings, and committed heavily sinful activities directed against me, your devotee. I wish that he be excused for these sinful activities. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, My dear Prahlad, O most pure, O great saintly person, your father has been purified along with 21 forefathers in your family. Because you were born in this family, the entire dynasty has been purified. Whoever there are, whenever and wherever there are powerful and equiposed devotees who are well behaved and decorated with all good qualities, that place and the dynasties there, even if condemned, are purified. Okay.
Thank you, Prabhu.
Yeah.
Nama Shri Jagannathaya Te Namaha Vanchakalpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhya eva cha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha Namo Mahavedanyaya Krishna Prema Pradayate Krishnaya Krishna Chaitanya Namne Gauda Tvishe Namaha He Krishna Karuna Sindhu Dina Bandhu Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kant Radha Kanta Namostute Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vrishabhanu Sute Devi Pranamami Hari Priye Jayatam Surator Pangor Mama Manda Matergati Matsarvasya Parambojo Radha Madana Mohano Divyad Vrindadanya Kalpadrumadaha Srimad Radnagara Simhasanasto Srimad Radha Shila Govinda Devo Preshta Libhi Sevyamano Smara Srimad Rasada Sarambi Amsivata Tataktitaha Karshan Venu Swanir Gopir Gopinata Shri Strinaha Vrindaye Tosi Devyaye Priyaye Keshavasya Cha Krishna Bhakti Pradedevi Satyavityaye Namo Namah Panchatattvatmakam Krishnam Bhakta Rupa Swarupakam Bhakta Avataram Bhaktakyam Namami Bhakta Shaktikam Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Sure.
You think of this? I was thinking of this one. Page 33. Does everyone have songbooks? Okay, come get your song.
Does anyone else need a songbook?
Gurudev Bado Kripa Kori Godavana Maje Godrume Diachostana Gurudev Bado Kripa Kori Godavana Maje Godrume Diachostana Agya dila more e braje bosi harinama karo gana dila more Gurudev Bado Kripa Kori Godavana Maje Godrume Diachostana Gurudev Kintu kabe Prabhu Jogyata arpibe E dasere doya kori Chitta stira habe sakala sahibo
একান্ত ভাজিব হারি শৈশবে যৌবনে যদা সুখ সঙ্গে অভ্যাস হইল মন্দ অভ্যাস হইল মন্দ নিজ কর্ম দোষে দেহ হইল ভজনের প্রতিবন্ধ গুরুদেব বাদ কৃপা করি গৌদাবানা মাঝে কোদ্রুমে দিয়াছ স্থান গুরুদেব বাধ্যাকে কোনা ফাঞ্চে রোগে হতা কে মনে ভাজিব বল এ কোনা ফাঞ্চ রোগে হতা কাদিয়া কাদিয়া তোমার চরণে কাদিয়া কাদিয়া তোমার চরণে পদিয়াছি সুবিবালা গুরুদেবাদ কৃপা করি গোদাবনা মাঝে কোদ্রুমে দিয়াছ স্থান গুরুদেব করে গোদাবনা মাঝে আজ্ঞা দিলা মোরা এই ব্রজে বসি হরি নাম করো গানা আজ্ঞা দিলা মোরে এই ব্রজে বসি হরি নাম করো জয় গুরুদেবা জয় গুরুদেবা গুরুদেবা জয় গুরুদেবা জয় জয় পতিত পাবন গুরুদেবা পতিত পাবন গুরুদেবা
Can't go wrong with one or two.
Page 48. Vishaya vasana rupa chitera vikara amara hridaye bhoga kare anivar 48 Vishaya vasana rupa Vara Kato je jatana mi korilam hoy nagilo vikara buddhi sheshe prana jaya kato je anami Eghora vikara more karilo askira Shanti na pailo strana Antaradhira Shri Rupa Goswami More Kripa Vitariya Udari Beka Bejukta Vairagya Piya Shri Rupa Goswami Kave sanatana more chadaya vishaya nityanande samarpibe hoya sadaya kave sanatana more Shri Jiva Goswami Kabe Siddhanta Salile Nibai Betarka Nala Chitta Jahe Jwale Shri Jiva Goswami Kabe Shri Chaitanya Nama Sune Udive Pulaka Radha Krishna Amrita Pane Hoiva Shoka Shri Chaitanya Nama Kangalera Sukangala Dojana Ejana Vaishnava Charana Shaya Chache Akinchana Kangalera Sukangala Vishaya Vasana Rupa Chitera Vikara Amara Hridaye Bhoga Kare Anivara Jaya Vaishnav Thakur, Jaya Vaishnav Thakur, Vaishnav Thakur, Jaya 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 Rupa Sanatan, Jaya Rupa Sanatan, Rupa Sanatan, Jaya Rupa Sanatan, Jaya Rupa.
for Goranga. So I will sing Deva to Deva, so for both. 85. Deva di Deva Goachandra Goida Samandire Deva di Deva Goachandra Goida Samandire